Hello, folks. Hope everyone can hear me okay. Thumbs up in the chat if all is well. Welcome to a LEGO Let's Chat. We have not done one of these in a little while. I've turned up the audio on the mic a little bit just because it's not quite in the same position that it normally is when I stream from the PC. So hopefully you can still hear me okay. It's going to be a bit of a chill afternoon anyway. But these LEGO Let's Chats are something that I throw up when we reach subscriber goals, which we did in April. So this is the LEGO Let's Chat subscriber goal from April. And I'm actually, I had planned to do one build, but Alistair dropped off a fun little birthday gift for me. So we're going to do both. We're going to start off with the little Razor Crest, the micro fighter. And then we're going to do the big one, the Luke Skywalker Red 5 helmet. So it's all pretty straightforward stuff. I mean, if you've not been here for one of these, I take my time. We hang out, we chat about all kinds of stuff. The only thing I don't want to get into is any kind of like spoilers for TV shows and stuff, right? So we'll stay away from that kind of stuff, but anything that's channel related or podcast related, that's all good. So the first one we're going to work on is the 75321, the Razor Crest micro fighter, and it's pretty cute. Like it shouldn't take too long, maybe a half an hour, but it'll be fun to get into that. A little bit of the box art there, and I'm using my phone as a webcam now, so hopefully the picture is a lot better than it was the last couple times we did these LEGO streams. I really like the box art on the Luke Skywalker helmet. Actually, the box art on all of the creator expert sets that I've been purchasing lately, the black or the dark like charcoal boxes, are really, really nice. They've got a lot of great detail on them, and they feel like a really solid. Even the box just kind of looks nice sitting around. I had this on my table here for about a month after I got it. Oh, do I have the grid lines on? Sorry. Darn it. I knew I was going to forget something. You do all this work to get a shot right, and then something as simple as taking your alignment grid off before you go live is something that messes you up. I want to say that it was a smooth transition from one camera setup to the other, but it's really been not a pleasant experience. I do like the arm. I picked up the Elgato multi something. I don't know. It is what it is, and it works fine. The little cell phone attachment on the end was stupid expensive for what it is, but the good news is that I have a new iPhone and I can use the camera on it, which is miles better than anything that you can get in a webcam for this kind of stuff. However, I really hit a point of frustration with my monitors. So the idea was to move all of this LEGO Let's Chat from my dining room table, which is where I used to do it, into the studio and use my PC to stream it. But the monitor arms that I use on my PC, when you rotate the monitors, they don't stay parallel to the desk. They rotate in the same way that a dog turns its head. And so when you turn the monitor left or right, it tilts up like one way or another. So I could be tracking chat, but it would be 45 degrees off kilter. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't get anything lined up. And so it's been frustrating to get that set up. Graham, because I wanted to share it with you folks. That's why. And I am busy. Really, that's how that goes. So welcome in, folks. We're going to be kicking off with the other set, but I just wanted to show off the box for this one, for the helmet collection. There's a number of helmet collections that are actually pretty good. I prefer the Lego sets where you don't have to destroy the box. I like the ones that have tape on them. This new punch things, not good. I much prefer get in here gently. It's easier said than done. Yeah, because I need a 36-hour day. That's accurate. So, 2 small bags. Very straightforward. I think I will have room, because I've got a much bigger setup now, I think I'll have room to stick this somewhere. There we go. Oh, and the instructions are micro as well. I guess that makes sense. They've got to fit in the in the box without rolling them up. I'm gonna stick those over there. Imagine you can still see them. I have a much wider shot than I used to, so hopefully things will be better. Flight test, good to see you. You're having a good day. So I'm not going to bother to separate these bags. I think we're just going to go straight at both of them at the same time because it's such a small set, just to kind of warm things up. I'm not sure if you're getting a lot of the I'm not sure if you're getting a lot of the piece noises or the plastic noises. The microphone's got a different filter than the other one used to. Oh, I'm seeing thin jarring pieces. Oh, he doesn't. That's interesting. Does he not have a face? He doesn't take his helmet off, so they didn't bother to give him a head. He's just got a black Lego head. That's weird. They must have designed this before they revealed his face in the show. Lego sounds are being picked up. Okay, well that's good. That's good. I know a lot of people enjoy that stuff, so. And I did decide to not have any music. I've not been able to find any music that I like, and I don't trust any of the "we will give you royalty-free music for your stream" because ultimately I always get either a ding on Twitch or on YouTube. So if you have your own music and you want to play it in the background, go for it. But I'm going to leave this one without music in the background. How's little Cosmic Boy doing, Cosmic Dancer? I hear it was an anticipated Lego stream. I'm trying to figure out where my cutoff is for visuals. There's some tiny pieces in here. I mean, makes sense. It's a tiny ship. More of these. It's funny, you know, like I'm right-handed and yet I do a lot of this stuff left-handed, and I don't know why. Since we're here to Lego and Let's Chat channel-wise, how is the average viewership going? Have you seen an increase? I've seen an increase, but it's been an increase of like 2. So we started the push to try and increase viewers, which you can see at the top left-hand side of the screen for each stream. And I think we started at 53 or 54, and I think currently we're at 56. The goal is to try to have over 100 people in chat every stream, and I think we're seeing solid weekends in and around 75 to 80. Well, 60. We'll say 60 to 80. And then, but any kind of weekday stream, like if I do my Friday afternoon stream or anything else, is it's in the 30s. So that ends up pulling the Minecraft streams down on the weekend. Oh, I got more of these. I was going to go without the mat. I've got a nice black table here, but unfortunately the black table is shiny. And it reflects the lights I've got above. An interesting piece. That must be for like a shooter, I guess. Something that fires the little laser bolts. Yeah, it looks like I've got 2 of them. Oh, I see them on the box now. Yeah. Man, some of these are really small. Yeah, any increase is a good increase. I agree. You know, like it's nice that things are moving forward. Honestly, I just want to try and make sure that I can keep the momentum going with the channel. You know, like I was talking with, I don't know whether it was McScrewgun or somebody else in chat a couple weeks ago, and they were asking about like, do I still take art contracts and stuff? And I do. I just don't take very many because streaming and podcasting is taking up a lot of my time. which is good because it means that it's also paying a lot of the bills. So, and ultimately, like the goal for partner is it's to help with Twitch discoverability, when really the thing that will help better with Twitch discoverability is doing more things like on TikTok or other social media. You know, I don't really use Instagram to promote Twitch very much, but I don't necessarily think that's the best platform for it either. But the idea behind the push to eventually apply for partner is, and I hesitate to use the word push, the goal this year to try to make partner is to try to increase just the average views and the community, and then statistically that will also hopefully help with, you know, income and support, just to kind of have it be a steady increase, you know, something that I can rely on, because right now, you know, podcasting is consistent and I can rely on it, but streaming tends to be peaks and valleys. If I'm not facing the mic and I'm speaking, is it still clear? Are people still able to pick up what I'm saying? Because the mic is, I guess if you guys can't see it, but the mic is like right here in chat. Like it's, yeah, it's right here, but I'm looking mostly in this direction. Clear but quieter. Yeah, that's just because it's the direction of the mic. So that's the one nice thing about this corner is that it's a corner of my office. So I've got a wall about 3 feet just in front of me, and there's no audio padding or anything on it. So it's hopefully the voice echoes back a little bit. I mean, I can also just speak up, which is fine. Oh, and then of course I can bump the table. My original plan with this was to not have the camera attached to the same table that I was working on, but that didn't work out. So I've got to figure out how to do slightly better setup. I didn't want to delay for too long. I'd already delayed a full month with the stream. Sometimes this is half the fun. Sometimes. Tar Cirrus gifting 5 tier 1 subs to the community. Thanks so much, Tar Cirrus. Really appreciate that. I guess I'm potentially gonna miss any audio cues. Sand Girl 456, The Real King Chicken, regular in the chat. Mike Brady, Rubensens, I think that's how you say your name, and Hamsters all received gift subs. Thanks so much. Hi, Millidog. How's it going? You recently finished The Mandalorian, so you're all caught up. Nice. Are you watching Boba Fett? Because you should do that too. I should clarify. I don't necessarily think Boba Fett was a great show, but I think there's information in the show that's going to be essential to future Star Wars fans. And if you want more of that, you can of course listen to the Citadel Cafe. I remember who I was talking to. I think it was Steven and I got into the Boba Fett thing. I'm assuming most of these are like meant to be little lasers that he fires. A couple of them might actually go on the ship. Oh, we've got a black one. Several black ones, actually. Whoa. These little ones are always tough. Got big hands. Done Boba Fett 2 and finished the released episodes of Obi-Wan around an hour ago. Very cool. We'll steer clear of getting into the discussion of the shows, just in case there's people in chat that haven't seen them, but glad that you're watching them. Yes, I'm all caught up on Obi-Wan. Yep. I would have done a show this week, but Brockett has been unavailable, and Steven was traveling, so we decided to push it a week. So Steven should be back on the show, I believe, this Wednesday on the Citadel Cafe. I'll confirm with him later, but I believe that's what we discussed the last time we chatted, but it's been a couple of days since I saw him. On Friday, I went to go see Top Gun Maverick, and again, I will say nothing other than you should run, not walk, run, and go see that film in theaters ASAP. I really, really enjoyed it. It was an absolute blast. But I will leave it there. You have my full recommendation. How annoying is that? I got one piece left. I've got this nice little square. It's just gonna make some people's eyes twitch, I'd imagine. Maybe we can balance it out with the pieces of Din Djarin here and his black faceless inside the helmet Lego head. Even then, we're not quite there. Ah, mission failure. Maybe we can. I can pick it up. There we go. Success. If I don't think I ever saw the original, is the new Top Gun still good? It is. Yeah, it's still a fantastic film. I mean, you can find the original Top Gun anywhere. Take a couple hours and go watch it. It's totally worth it. And I would say worth it before seeing the second one, just because of the inside jokes and stuff. Like, I mean, they make a lot of references to the first one, right? Ah, I keep on kicking the table. This table's got a crossbar underneath it, and sorry about the camera jiggle. I'm going to have to fix that for next time. Like I said, it's not been the smoothest setup as per my original plan. All right, so first up, we assemble the Mandalorian. It's always pretty straightforward. At least you don't have to fight about which way his helmet's facing. Pretty good. Imagine he's probably going to fall over with that gun. Um, 75325 looks good. Wonder if I should get that when it is released. Which one's that? Milladog, you have to be specific. I don't know the numbers off by hand. Any plans for more goals for the podcast this year to add anything else to the Patreon or just increase the listeners? I just have to be consistent with the show and hopefully increase the listenership. There's not much that you can do with podcasts, especially small ones, in terms of listener goals. It's just a matter of getting more ear holes on the show, really. That's the light gray. Black guys. Crap. Sorry about the camera bouncing again. Oh, the Starfighter. Yeah, okay. I'm probably not going to get that one. I know Chad wants to get it, but it's not really high on my list. Goes there. And then we have one of these. These guys. Goes that way. Can y'all see the build, or is it too far away? And then we just reverse it. And seal it all in place with a big beige flat plate. Can see the build fine? Good. Good. Yeah, when I looked, like it felt like there was a decent amount of screen real estate. Unfortunately, my mat, I have to twist it around the other way because it doesn't cover the whole shot. There's like the black table showing through on both sides. But I'll figure that out. So yeah, to answer your question, Cosmic, there's no plans for the Citadel Cafe in terms of Patreon because there's really nothing that I can do extra, right? I'd like to do more barista cuts, but that depends on people's timelines. You know, like I can't say I'm going to do extra content and then just ask friends to do extra content. All right, so now it looks like we're getting into dark gray stuff. 2 of those. Right. Yeah, the personal Patreon is just the thing about Patreon that I think people get hung up on, and this is not directed at you, Cosmic, but just the general kind of conception of Patreon is that creators keep on adding things when the purpose of Patreon is people have an option to support you for the thing that you are already doing. So if you want to support the Citadel Cafe, or if you want to support my streaming on Patreon, and again, that's the royal you, not you specifically, Cosmic, but like just if folks want to support, then you can go and support. And what you get is me being able to consistently do the same thing that I'm doing now. And I, as a creator, get also hung up on the idea of how to increase the Patreon. What else could I offer people? When really I don't have time to offer anything else, right? I feel like the a really good example of something that works out very well, despite the fact that we're having server issues right now, is Infinity Cove. Infinity Cove is a great way to get a lot out of supporting me on Patreon in terms of access to a server, access to a community, but it does not require much from me at all, especially with mini packs and Elkhorn being such good moderators in that community and all that kind of stuff. So like it really, that really helps. That's the kind of thing that I'd have to find, but like you can only do that once, right? Just started listening to the Citadel Cafe after the last couple weeks since I started catching up with Spawn Chunks. Very cool, Graham. Appreciate that. Hopefully you like it. Unlike unlike the Spawn Chunks, which is a news show, the Citadel Cafe does have like a decent archive. So like if you've recently got into Marvel or were watching Game of Thrones or something, you can go back and listen to our thoughts on it, which is cool. The website actually has a decent search. So like if you are looking at 400 plus episodes of the Citadel Cafe and you're like, "Gah, I'd really just want to hear them talk about animation." Like you can go to the website and search for like animation discussions, or just type in like the name of the cartoon or the name of the show, or even the person that I'm talking to. Like if you happen to like Brockett's episodes a lot, then you can go look for more Brockett stuff. Or if you're looking for Star Trek, you know, you can go look for Alistair on the show. Chances are we talked about Star Trek. And then they'll give you a bunch of numbers, like a bunch of show numbers, right? Oh, thanks, Cosmic. Appreciate that. Hey, Dan. How's it going? All right, so that's done. Now that we're upside down, we have to add these pieces. I'm feeling really claustrophobic. Like I don't want to bump my mic toward the table. That feels... Oh, that goes up here. And then I need these back there. Kind of nice that I can get most of the instructions in the shot too. Flip it back over. And then, oh, like we're putting on the guns. That. Oh, these are triggers. That's what these are. Huh. That's really cool. I'm not sure if you can see that, but it's actually this little piece is the trigger for the little pea shooter thing. Then we've got another one of these. I've always liked these little grate pieces. Great way to add a lot of detail. We got the brown plate, or beige, I guess. Not bad. Need a new motherboard and CPU and case, but apart from that, oh wow, that's a lot of new stuff, Dan. I still don't know how to fix my computer issues. I'll skip a step here. This little bit goes there. I do find it odd sometimes that they go between one block at a time and 2 blocks at a time. I messed up somewhere. This is too far. There we go. Cool. Yeah, the Blue Jays come through. The mic is also like 3 feet closer to the window. And the window's wide open. It's humid today. I keep on saying on these Lego Let's Chats that I should look up the names of these pieces. Like 2x1 slanty thing, you know? So I can actually call them by name. I didn't know these little half circle ones existed. Is an upgrade to your PC something like you get, maybe something like RTX enabled? It's not something that I'm willing to spend the money on right now because of how expensive the parts are, and it's one of those things where like it's not perfect, but it's running pretty well for the most part. And there's also the giant pain of just like setting everything up new. The goal eventually will be probably, instead of trying to patch this PC, I will probably try to buying a new one and then using the machine that I have as a streaming PC, and then the newer machine, which would be more powerful, but would be the ones that I would run the games on. But again, I think I'd have to enter into the realm of like streaming being a much larger part of my income before I could just justify going out and buying a new computer. The processor in this computer is only 2 years old, so I probably should stick with it for a while. And really, granted, it taxes the machine, but like I'm not trying to play the latest RTX games, you know, like I'm playing Minecraft mostly. We flip it over around, and then we do the same thing. So it'll be the same steps mirroring side. Hey, Mini Packs, how's it going? Yeah, I've also got other financial goals too, Dan. There's a few other things that I'm not going to talk about right now, but that might be happening in my future that will involve some financial investment. So I'm trying to stay my hand and not just buy, you know, because I could, it wouldn't really matter too much. I could justify it, especially because I can claim it as a business income or a business expense, but because I don't necessarily need it right away. Then that's why I'm not just running out and getting a new PC. I also don't like that aspect of consumerism, and this is not a shot at anybody that's currently buying a new computer. I mean, like, if you need one, you need one. But like, just because my computer is not quite running the way that I want it to, I feel like going out and buying a new one feels like a very privileged and wasteful thing to do. I can think of better. Oh, I'm missing a piece. Cosmic Dancer gifted 6 months of tier 1 support to mini packs. Holy smokes. Thanks so much, Cosmic. I'm just realizing that we've got a goal on Twitch chat, and it looks like it's passed. Cosmic, thank you ever so much. It's amazing. And folks that are hanging out in the chat, if you are curious and want to join the Discord, you can do that with either a Prime Gaming sub, a tier 1 sub, or if you happen to receive a gift sub, then you can join that way too. We were talking about Patreon earlier. This is one of the things I like about Patreon, is that for folks that just want to join the Discord and just want to hang out, Patreon is $2 a month, and that gets you access to the Discord. Whereas, you know, the Twitch subs and the tier 1 subs, I mean, Prime, if you've got Prime already, then you've got Prime already, but like the tier 1 subs here on Twitch are $5. So I mean, if you don't really care about the emotes and stuff, then that's one way to join the community. That's why I like having Patreon open, is because it's an option for people. So one of the issues that I find I get into with Lego, I have a pretty good memory, and then I start to charge ahead thinking I know. I remember what I did. And then obviously I miss a step because I'm distracted by chat. And that's in there. We've got this guy. I imagine this is going to be a pretty dorky looking little build when it's done. these, and the last one of these. Oh, that way. It looks like we're putting the top on now. I just realized that I think the little Mandalorian across the bottom, I think he's moving along, and the closer that you get to the end. Cosmic Dancer! Holy smokes! You are unbelievable, Cosmic. Thank you so much. Wow. Testing to see how distracted you get by chat. Achieved. Mission accomplished. Oh, so distracted I bumped the camera again. Sorry. The only problem with having this really long and versatile arm from Elgato is that because I've got it attached to the desk I'm actually using, as soon as you bump it, it starts to wobble. It's probably not as bad as it would be because the iPhone cams have got a decent, stabilization on it, but like not if you shake the table like like you're shaking someone you don't like. It's been a long time since I've built some Lego, and this is giving me the itch. I have that effect on people mini packs. I make people hungry, and I make people want to buy Lego. And again, Cosmic, thank you. Amazing support. I really don't know what to say. That goes on there. Push this. Now we're getting into these pieces. Looks like the two of them go here and there. I gotta figure out what to do with this other light because reflecting off of my. It's fine for the Lego, but it's like me personally, I'm getting a really nasty glare off of the instructions. Can you all see the instructions if I put them down here? Yeah, you can. Too expensive hobbies, food and Lego. Look, you're not kidding. Barbecue especially. Barbecue especially. The barbecue thing, the real cost to the barbecue thing, which is really funny to say after I've had it for a year, is time. Like it takes a lot of your brain to do a 6-hour rib cook, You've really got to figure out what's going. Like I've got a pork shoulder in the freezer. I've been trying to figure out when I want to do it, but I almost need 2 days. Like I almost need. One, I need the weather to cooperate, but I also need like 2 days or at least a day and a half where I'm not podcasting or streaming. So really, maybe Tuesday. Like and then I'm gonna remember to take it out of the freezer today. Like it takes up a lot of mind share. Does anybody else in the chat barbecue? Anybody have like a smoker or a Weber kettle? I don't like these little one piece connections. They're tough. Not very stable. Right. Looks like these go here. And then these. No, one of those, and then one of these weird curvy bits. Oh, I see what that is now. Okay. This goes sideways this way. That's a strange little connection there. Very specific. I'm assuming some of these pieces were invented because of the Star Wars ships. Have you ever wandered into my own creation building with Lego? No. No, I just do. I don't have the pieces. And all the pieces that I have are assembled into ships. Now that's an expensive hobby. Getting into my own creation stuff, there's just no way. You'd have to be buying like secondhand Lego and washing it, you know, on your weekends for months before you'd have enough pieces to do what you want. Pizza oven. I'd love to have a stone pizza oven, but I mean, I'm in an apartment, so I'm kind of stuck with what I can fit on my balcony. And I'm lucky that the Weber kettle is great because it's a smoker and it's a charcoal grill. But like, man, I wouldn't want anything bigger. I wouldn't have any room to sit down outside. When I get the chance, I love cooking on the barbecue, even if it's just for a couple of burgers. Yeah, I've been doing some quick cooks this week. I've been doing a lot of longer stuff, and this week I just decided to do like sausages and hamburgers, and it's nice to not have to barbecue for like 2 hours. It's nice to just do like a simple 45 minutes, you know? Green Ninja, that's cool that you've got so much Lego hanging around. I've got other sets too. I don't have to go buy new sets. I've got old sets that have been boxed up. My fear is that because they're old sets from when I was like 13 or 14, that there's probably pieces missing. So if I try to build them live on stream, they probably end up with pieces missing. Yeah, the Oni pizza oven wouldn't be something I would want. I would want like a proper stone oven. Someday, when I have a backyard. We're almost done, looks like. Put this up here. Got this piece going in the very front. For whatever reason, I kept on thinking this was the front, but it's the back. Control console. Nope. Attach here. I much prefer it when they give you these things already with the stickers on. I don't like putting the stickers on myself. I don't know many packs. The new botanical sets, like not necessarily the bouquet, but I really like the succulent and the lily. No, orchid. The orchid. I gave my mom the orchid for Mother's Day, although it'll be the last one I give her. She didn't enjoy the process, which is unfortunate, but she really likes jigsaw puzzles, so I thought she was going to like the Lego. Turns out not so much. That goes there. Nope, other way. And one of these little... That's a cool way to do the front of the ship. So this actually goes on vertically on the front. All of my Lego is at my mom's, and I had a 15 years of nieces and nephews playing with those. To lose all the pieces, yeah. Yep. I would really like to build like some of the classic space sets. Like if I could find an old classic space set, that'd probably be very fun and very nostalgic for me. Two of these little black single pieces get stacked. Flip her over. And this piece goes this piece. There we go. These are obviously like the landing gear bits. Oh, that's the back. That's cool. That's like the back ramp for the ship. Huh. Nice touch. Okay, so now we need one of those. It looks like we're building the engines. Two more of these. I always find these really interesting. The way that they stack like single plates and then two high blocks. Part. Yeah, definitely the engines. And one little black part goes in the bottom. Get your first break coming up. Do you want to just finish the set first and then take your break? Yeah, we'll finish the set. Do you always do Star Wars Lego? No. No, I had plans for a different Lego set, but it is not available. So I picked up one that I was interested in that was available. Although most of my sets currently are... Yeah, I mean, everything that I have built has been Star Wars because that's mostly what I'm interested in. Just because here's the thing. If I let myself build any Lego set that I wanted, I would be broke. So because Star Wars is something I'm a big fan of and because I like putting the ships up on my bookshelves in my living room, then I stick to Star Wars most of the time. That will be untrue whenever my latest set arrives, but I'll leave that as a little bit of a cliffhanger as to what that is. I will be building the new set that I just bought on stream. So you will all see it at some point. Because of the support that I'm getting on Twitch, if we can keep it up, then I think I could probably schedule a Lego Let's Chat like once a month. I hope. That's the plan anyway. All right, so now I have to do that again. Start with you. Make sure the holes line up. Mini packs. You have a couple of Lego sets from the 80s, space sets in your cubby. That's awesome. That's really cool. All right, so these go facing forward that way. It's actually a little bit bigger than I thought it was going to be. That's cool. So we could put these in there. I don't think I'm going to load up the shooters just because that's just an excellent way for me to lose pieces. So I will skip that step. That's it? That's the whole thing, really? Okay. Just have to put the Mandalorian in it. With his gun. Again, this is just a little micro thing. Alistair gave me this as a fun little birthday present. A few spare pieces, as there always are. But that is the 75321 Razor Crest Microfighter. And she's pretty small. Or if you can get a better look at that with the camera. Might be a little bit in shadow, but yeah, it's fun. You know, it's the kind of thing I might stick on top of my computer. You know. Anyway, so what we'll do, as Cosmic has gently reminded me, that it is time for my break. I normally take a break about once an hour for folks that are new to the stream. And I'm going to reheat my coffee. I might even make some more. And then when we come back, we will move on to the big one. We're going to start this one after the break, which I think will be a lot of fun. So yeah, hang on to your nuggets. We'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. All right. I think it is time to get into the main event. Thank you, Cosmic. Appreciate it. So for folks that are tuning in, I guess later or just now, we are going to move on to 75327, the Red 5 Luke Skywalker Star Wars helmet. This is a really cool idea. They kind of put these display helmets out, and I'm looking forward to this one quite a bit. Okay. Now there is a sizable instruction manual. Actually, it's bound. It's not staple bound. It's like perfect bound. That's saying something. It's too bad that it got bent though. That could have totally been in there without being folded. Dear Lego. It's like that old line from Twister. Don't fold the maps. Don't roll the Lego instructions. If they fit in the box flat, send them flat. Why? That is an interesting piece of kit. I've never seen that in a Lego set before. Uh-oh, stickers. Alright. That's the whole box. So, unsurprisingly, bag 1 looks like a lot of structural technic stuff. You got the decals. Bag number 2. And 3 and 4. Plus instruction book. Hey, Lewas, how's it going? Yeah, Lewas, we're just saying that I prefer to not do the stickers myself. So there was a panel. There was like an control panel on the latest build, and the stickers were already applied to the piece, and I was like, yes, this is what I want in my life. We'll obviously start with bag 1, as one does. Those should sit nicely out of shot. And I'll leave the stickers for later too. Let's put those there. Yeah, mini packs. I agree. I really like this one, and I really like the TIE Fighter. But the TIE Fighter you can't get anymore, which is annoying. It's still on the website, but you can't actually get it. Darth Vader is cool, but it's his helmet design has got too many studs on it, and it looks kind of, I know, it looks kind of cheap looking to me. But the TIE Fighter one looks really cool. The TIE Fighter one is similar to this one, to the X-Wing helmet. Move these off to the side for now. Hunter555 subscribing at tier 1. 18 months. Thanks so much. Year and a half already. How? We were just talking about how it's June already as well the other day. But Hunter, thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. Those can go a lot higher. Oh, there's the Lego remover thing. Big pieces. Looks like mostly black and white. To start off. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea, Elkhorn, making the Lego knolling thing a command. I thought it already was. I could be wrong. That has been known to happen before. Granted, it's rare. Funny, no. Every time I bump my mic with my elbow, I get self-conscious that I'm shaking the camera, but the mic is the thing that's attached to a different desk. Realizing that I think I might have sat down slightly crooked the compared to the shot. I'm lining these up, but they're not exactly going straight. Man, the weather here cannot decide what it wants to do. One minute it's sunny, the next minute it's cloudy. I was hoping to go for a run after the stream, but hopefully I don't get rained on. Thankfully, dinner tonight's leftover, so I don't have to worry about weather raining out my barbecue. I don't wonder what these turquoise bits are for. Yeah, when I'm watching a stream, that's normally what I do. I usually have something else on in the background. Or I'm like, cooking or cleaning the kitchen. I find that that's where I like to watch streams. I tend not to put streams up on the computer. I tend to watch streams from other creators on my television. Like I'll log into the Xbox and turn on the Twitch app and watch from there. And then if I want to jump in the chat room, I can just like join the chat only on my phone. It's way easier to type than on the Xbox. I'm not sure whether all these little Lego sounds come through. Some of the big ones might, but the microphone is pretty good at filtering out the low frequency stuff. Which is good for the general Minecraft chat, because I don't want people to hear my keyboard clicks. I find that can be annoying. Wow, there's a lot of these pieces. Usually means there's some tricky stuff coming. I'd imagine in a build like this, there's probably going to be some pretty unique connections. Oh yeah, no, I know bright colors are usually hidden. Especially like the Technic stuff. That's just for like clarity in the instructions. Don't make mistakes. See if I can straighten this out. One of those times where it would be cool, although maybe a bit distracting, to have a like a grid on the mat. Reposting a question from Green Ninja. Thanks, Cosmic. If you could choose any IP for Lego to turn into a series, what would it be? Ooh. They've already got a lot of the IPs going. Do they already have Lord of the Rings? I feel like they already have Lord of the Rings. If you haven't yet, look up Rivendell Lego. It's a mock from an award-winning creator. They've traveled to conventions and won all kinds of awards for it, but like it's absolutely incredible. But I feel like the thing with Lord of the Rings for Lego is that it's probably the scale is too large, right? Like you wouldn't be able to do the builds justice. Would be my guess. They had it back in 2012 or 13. Yeah, that makes sense. Um, what other IPs? They've already done Ghostbusters. That's a set that I think would be really cool to build on stream. Would be Ecto 1. I thought that was a cool looking set. I don't know if you can hear. I feel like one of my neighbors, not in the building, but like one of the houses that borders my apartment building lot. They do some work in their garage. I don't know whether they're like working a lathe or whether they're like doing some angle grinding or something, but like it's just this constant kind of like whiny, grindy noise in the background. I'm not sure if the microphone is picking it up or not. It's one of those things where like I get so used to it because they do it constantly, and then when they stop, I'm just like, oh, there was background noise. I didn't know that. Can you really hear it? Wow, that's like hundreds of feet away. Of course, there's more than. Oh, no. Why would you do this, Lego? Why are you giving me odd numbers of pieces? I mean, I'm sure there's a very good reason, but. Right, getting down to the last of the black. And you thought Minecraft was going to be the only stream that I counted in. You were wrong. I also have my fan going, which is much closer, but I don't think you guys can hear the fan. I mean, the birds are probably louder now. Starling's not the prettiest bird. I'm glad I decided to use this mat because I feel like all these pieces, these black pieces, would be super hard to see on my black table. I'll have to permanently affix this linoleum mat to it. Shouldn't be hard because I'm using lamps that just clamp to it, so it should be pretty straightforward. I know it's a strange thing to pick up on, but those are two different colors of white. I'm not sure if you can see on screen, but the Technic pieces and the bricks are, it's like white concrete and quartz in Minecraft. They're different. Yeah, I don't, as long as it doesn't feel too strange. Like, I mean, really, Hearing a bird chirping when I'm walking around outside in Minecraft would probably just add to the immersion, right? The annoying thing would be like if it was, you know, a dog barking or something that was much, you know, something that was local and spiking the microphone or something. Hey, they were thinking this is a good way to make Joel's eye twitch on stream. Yep, possibly. Possibly a thing. It's almost like I've done this before. He says as he realizes that he missed pieces. Let's go probably these ones. Talking of things you podcast about, do you ever think about adding a third podcast to your rotation? No, because when I look at it from a business standpoint, well, one, I don't have anything extra to say, you know, like I feel like one of the things about podcasts, especially when people ask me about like how do I start a podcast? What should I talk about? It's like, well, you should talk about something that you are passionate about, at which point you can fill an hour without even trying. And so sci-fi and fantasy entertainment and Minecraft are two things that I can talk about quite frequently, easily. Like, not to sound like I'm being arrogant, but Pixel Riffs and I could sit down, absolutely no show prep, nothing, and we could fill an hour about Minecraft, no problem, and it would be, I would say, a decent quality podcast. So, that said, I feel like when it comes to other things, like with the Citadel Cafe, like I tend to want to be prepared, you know, I want to be able to have watched a show. So I find that that is not something that I want to add to. Like, if anything that I would want to talk about like that entertainment wise, like I could just talk about on the Citadel Cafe. It doesn't have to be, it doesn't necessarily have to be sci-fi and fantasy. So no, if anything, I'd like to try to stream more often, but it runs into that, the problem there, we run into the issue of like streaming more often doesn't necessarily equal increased viewership, right? It actually ends up a lot of the times, because I already stream Saturday and Sunday, and a lot of times it ends up just tanking the average, which is something we're working towards. So like I when I think about what I want to do in terms of adding something to my schedule, I tend to look at like what do I have room for, which is really not much. And then like what, oh, I just kicked the table again. What I have room for, and what, I don't look at everything from a financial standpoint, but it's important when you're doing this and you want it to be part of your living that you treat it like a business. I find that people that are not where they want to be with podcasting and streaming, they tend to just stream constantly and kind of expect things to happen. And I can't do that because I don't have time. But also, I'd burn out. Like if I was doing another podcast, or if I was streaming like 5 or 6 days a week, like I would be exhausted. And I don't think that you guys would have as high quality stream, right? Sorry, my coffee was brewing that whole time, so I'm now pouring it. We have I'm not sure if you can see it from this angle, but we've got the Dartmouth mug going on today. The cost benefit analysis? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I feel like you could talk about food for an hour or more, no problem. The problem with that Cosmic is there are some things that just don't make a good audio podcast. Food is one of them. Food, you want to be like a video YouTube thing, right? And that just is crazy not possible for me. It would be a lot of camera work, cameras I don't have. My kitchen is not set up for it because I have an apartment kitchen. Like there would be no way. I didn't know there was going to be a prologue. A new hero in the LEGO Star Wars Helmets collection. The odds of a small group of rebels defeating Darth Vader and destroying the Death Star in one fell swoop, the epic trench run scene in Star Wars A New Hope, makes it abundantly clear, not great, which is why, in this defining moment of the saga, the ultimate blow delivered by Luke Skywalker in his X-Wing starfighter gives us a new hope for the fate of our favorite galaxy away from home. An odd way to phrase that, but sure. The Luke's Skywalker helmet. Luke's iconic helmet is inevitably associated with his heroic actions and newly discovered powers of the Force in this scene. This replica is the first Rebel helmet, as well as the first open helmet in our collection. Trust our creative force as you recreate all of the authentic details and feel the thrill of taking the Empire down. Enjoy building. From designer Jens Kronvold Fredrickson, I think is how you say that. Very cool. Bunch of different languages. And we start. So we're going to be building the stand, it looks like, in bag 1. Very cool. They couldn't say far, far away. Right, Elkhorn? That's what I was thinking. I was just like, have you seen the movies? Oh, that's a good cup of coffee. All right. These are different lengths, I think. Yeah, that goes there like that. And then the big ones go on top of the small ones. I can never look at these at a glance and like count them. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So 10s and 8s. That's what we got going on. And even though I've seen the box art and I understand the rough scale, I've got a funny feeling this is going to be bigger than I anticipate it to be. Because I've built some of the brick heads before, or I've seen them built in person. Um, and I feel like, oops, sorry. Yeah, I'm really gonna have to move that camera next time. I feel like a lot of Lego builds they tend to be bigger, and I'm not sure whether I just set myself up for like anticipating disappointment, but if I think it's going to be smaller, then generally I'm quite happy when it's like, no, that's a big build. Okay, so we've got two of the small ones. I always find it funny as you kind of like punch holes in your nice your nice setup. I've got two of these and another one of those. This is funny, like I know I'm doing like this commentary very similar to like in the way that I talk about Minecraft, but in Minecraft I've got a crosshair. Like, and I say this thing, this looks good, and you all can see what I'm pointing at, but it's hard when I'm picking up pieces to let you know what I'm actually experiencing. Alongside not wanting to do another podcast, I'm guessing a return to edited Let's Plays on YouTube is also a no. See, the thing there is that I just don't have time to play. Like I don't have the hours to invest in YouTube. What I should try to do is try to edit the VODs, but I don't have like a separate recording. Like I don't think my computer can handle recording my Twitch stuff separately. And I tried that. I tried downloading the VODs and editing the VODs down to something comparable, but there's just so much detail work. Like the VODs that I would put on YouTube would basically be like, oh, we're going to do this today. Cut to, it's done. Right? Like they'd be really short. So they wouldn't necessarily be Let's Plays, which, I mean, maybe that's a good thing to do. I don't know. That would be more of a thing to maybe put on TikTok. So, and that's the thing. Like, the YouTube did not take off for me with the time that I was investing in playing and editing and doing some very detailed half an hour videos, 20-minute videos. And I put the same amount of effort into Twitch and it took off immediately. So that's why I kind of, there's something nice, I think, too, about like if you want to hang out and see my builds and see the world, then you kind of have to be here live, or you got to watch the VODs on YouTube. So I don't mind that that's the only way that you can watch me build. I do appreciate the compliments that I get in chat when I'm building something in Minecraft, and people are just kind of like, I really appreciate your attention to detail, and it's nice to see that this takes you just as long as it takes me, And I think that's something people forget about the Let's Play. Even when you know it's a time lapse, and even when you know some epic creator like Cubfan has like put in 12 or 14 hours into a build, and then tells you, I put 12 or 14 hours into this build. But there's just something about the impression that YouTube leaves you with when you only watch a 20-minute video. It feels like it comes together a lot faster. And then when you go to do it yourself, you're just like, why is this taking so long? Also nice to see the behind the scenes. And that's my point, Green Ninja. It's not behind the scenes, right? Like, that's not behind the scenes. Behind the scenes is like the research I do in terms of like looking for art and looking for inspiration. Behind the scenes for YouTube videos, I guess, technically, but like there is no behind the scenes on my work. It's all just happening, right? Real time. Wow, this is going to get complicated quickly. All right, that we need 4 of these little guys. I mean, you all were right about and I knew this was the case, but like the funny colors being things that they probably just, I would imagine from a budgetary standpoint, they probably just say, okay, well, we need to have this many pieces inside. What color is the cheapest, or what color do we have the most of, in the same warehouse that we build this one, Okay, those got 3 on the side, 1 on the front. You got one of these great big pieces here. And that attaches in here like that. That is cool. And I didn't mean to, like, you know, jump on you, Green Ninja. That's just kind of like a general thing I try to put forth in the Minecraft community, is that, like, what I do live on Twitch is not behind the scenes. Like, that's just gameplay. It's live gameplay. It would be different if I had an established YouTube series where you were getting 20-minute snippets, right? Because, like, what they do in Hermitcraft streams, you're getting kind of like behind the scenes from a YouTube perspective, right? Thanks for the lurk, 100,555. Appreciate it. If folks want to share the stream, I should have mentioned this earlier, but you can, of course, there's a tweet out there at Joel Duggan. You can just use Bang Tweet or Bang Twitter here in chat to share the stream with some friends. This just kind of goes all the way around, fastening this bottom plate in place. A couple of corners on it. Impulse says exclusive previews. Yeah, no, that's fair. I think that's a good way to say it too. I think his exclusive previews are meant to be like to kind of negate the chat trend of like, oh, spoilers. Like, just it's it's not really that big of a deal, you know? I think the thing is that, you know, if I would imagine, and I don't know anything about Hermitcraft, but I would imagine that if you've got a build and you don't want someone else to show it, then either one, don't build it on an SMP, or two, build it and then, you know, release the video as soon as possible, you know? I understand that there are schedules and things like that, but all right, looks like we're gonna grab one of these guys. Goes back here like that. And then now we need little ones. This is reminding me of like castle Lego, these angled pieces with this nice texture on them. I'm not sure if you guys can see what's happening here in the build, but this is what we've got so far. We've got this stand piece that's coming together. So then we get 2 more of these and 2 of these pieces. This is the part where I'm just not sure what, it's funny, like, I'll trust the process, but it's an interesting, like, I wonder why we have to put these pieces in the way that we do, you know? Like, why do they have these little ridges on them? So we need 1 of these, 2 of these guys. Yeah. And then this one. And this goes on top here. Venom's Rage, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. So I feel like the next time I'm going to move the camera a little bit closer to me, because I feel like I've got all this room up here. I have more room down here in front of me, but it's too late to move the camera for this stream. I'll have to remember to move it a little bit closer to me next time. I know that I would really enjoy a Lego Creator Expert like city building set. You know, like one of the, the bank or the Parisian hotel or like those kind of things. I'm sure I would just love those, but I don't let myself get them because like I don't have anywhere that I can really display them because they're not small. And I'd love to have like a proper Lego city. I joke around with Alistair, if I ever won the lottery, my spare room would be turned into a Lego city. I've got a spare room in my apartment that's just for storage. Like I've got I got an old dresser in there. I got my old couch in there. A bunch of stuff that probably needs to go to charity. Actually, I got rid of some stuff a while ago. My stepfather works at a local organization. I say works. He volunteers at a local organization called New Boundaries, and they take all kinds of stuff, kitchen goods, old appliances. They either fix them or they properly recycle them and all that kind of stuff. And it provides jobs for people that need jobs in the community. And then the supervisors are volunteers because the people that are working there are generally people that have like mental challenges, that kind of thing. And so Barry volunteers and has had for I think 10 years. So when my parents were in town last week, because they live in the valley, I gave them like 3 big blue recycle bags full of stuff for the store. So that emptied out a lot of the stuff in my spare room, it's a nice feeling. It still needs a lot of work, but it's feeling less cluttered and more maneuverable now. I mean, I'm not sure how much it means for me, but I've always appreciated your approach to streaming and building on stream. It's refreshing to see someone take their time. Thanks. Yeah, like I try not to rush through things. I also, to each their own, but I'm not a high energy streamer. I could not keep that up for 3 hours, right? Like it's one thing to keep up a high energy edited YouTube video, but it's another thing to keep that up for a long time. And I think people could even tell the difference. If you're familiar with my podcasting, then you're probably familiar with like the difference in kind of like my presentation on a podcast and my engagement level compared to my streaming presentation. Streaming presentation is lower key because I have to keep it up for 4 hours, right? And then Lego Lego streams are even lower key. you know. Uh-oh. All right, this is going to sit up here for now. All right. I feel like this build might call for my attention more often than not. So if I get quiet, then hopefully the act of just building it is good enough. There. These 2 pieces. I always find getting these to line up right challenging with big hands. And right. So that's an interesting plate. It's a 3 wide plate, but it only has 2 studs on it. The black piece goes there. I feel like all the beige bits are going to be in the stand. What do you want to do with breaks? Every hour as you finish a bag of Lego? I should go every hour, I think. Am I at the next level? Have we arrived at break level 2? I don't remember when I started. Did I start at 1:30? It took me a longer to set up than I anticipated. These go down the sides. You're at break level 2. Yeah. Well, let's just keep it on the half hours then. So 10 minutes. Please and thank you. All right, so that goes this way, and this thing spins around and goes on the back like that. Yeah, this is gonna be tall. This might actually be challenging to show on stream. Right. 2 of these. 2 of those. 4 of these. And 2 of these. For some of these, I should maybe bring it right up to the mic. Oh, get that backwards. Okay, so yeah, all these things now point inside. I guess it's just to keep them from moving around. So I was wondering what these guides are, these little railed pieces. And from what I can tell, it just looks like it's a way to keep these pieces from moving side to side because they touch the back there. And so it's solid in that way. So it kind of gives you this angled kind of like look, but it allows it to be solid and not flimsy. Mick Screwgun, hello. I have not fallen off anything yet today. We do another one of these bits in the top with these pieces. I feel like this is going to be an important connection thing later. And then we take the big white piece and 2 more of these rail pieces. It's funny, I imagine there's probably all kinds of different names for the kinds of connections and the kind of reinforcement that happens. I got a friend, well, online acquaintance. He's a convention friend. I don't get to hang out with him in person, but he works at Lego. And I should ask him about some of the technical names for these kinds of reinforcements and connections. Nice new setup. Thank you. Can you notice the difference? Does it feel like a nice different setup? You think you would still laugh if I fell out of my chair? Yeah, I would probably laugh too. Okay, so now we're on to the Technic stuff. We need 2 of those and 2 of those. I don't actually remember what these are called. I think these are beams. Do they tell you what they're called? No, they're just gonna give you a number. So this kind of goes up against the back like this. then this attaches here. I mean, assuming this is going to be some sort of vertical support. Yeah. Sheesh, Joel, there are clearly long white things with holes and short red things with holes. Get with the program. Nice. Technical term. This thing there and that thing there. And then the other thing. That goes like that. I'd say that's complete. And then we have these things which are going to secure this in place. So that actually slides down between those rails. And then this goes to the bottom. And you can see there's a little cross here. And so the cross of this will go in there. Eventually. There we go. That goes in like that. Like butter. And then, oh, I didn't need both. I only needed one. And then put on this piece. I like how they started the instructions by saying, trust the process. Because if you were building this, you'd be just like, why am I doing all this? I mean, I know that this is the part where the plate goes, the whatchamacallit, the plaque. The technical designation is them, there, those pieces. Yeah. Witchy doos, thingamabobs, whatchamacallits, honestly. Everyone knows that. Right. Yeah. Well, I'm glad we're all speaking the same language. Glad we're all speaking the same language. So this is like a little hinge piece. That goes on the front. And then we use this piece here. Helps keep that big vertical thing in place. And then we've got these two little spots here that help frame out the bottom. Need two of those, plus a little plate. And that has to go at the bottom. It's a nice little detail around the front there. Hard to see on camera, but there's like a little plate line that goes all the way around right at the connection point. It's the kind of thing that I would put in if I was drawing it. It's very cool. How is the audio level? Does it continue to be satisfactory? So one of these, two of those. Cool. Thank you, Cosmic. Appreciate it. You speak Canadianese? I've been streaming for 4 years. If you haven't picked up on how I communicate, then that's a you problem, not a me problem. And then this, I feel like I'm missing something here. There's a gap right here I'm not sure about. And then 2 of these. Imagine at some point we're going to lock the top of this together so that it does wobble a bit whenever I put a piece on. So I'm assuming this is going to... Oh yeah, I trust the process, Cosmic. It's nice to try and sort it out, right? Devin Scarata is subscribing at tier 2 for 11 months. Happy Lego Sunday, everyone. May the force be with you. Thanks, Devin. Really appreciate the support. Level 2. That's just incredible. Almost a full year. You're rocking that Fire Keystone badge, but pretty soon you're going to be rocking the Space Keystone badge. It's amazing. Thanks ever so much. Ah, turquoise bits. We have unlocked the turquoise bits. I feel like this is really low in the shot. Can you guys see what's happening here? Would you prefer this to be positioned higher? Maybe next time I'll not fill up this space with pieces. Break time level 2. Thank you, Cosmic. Two of those and 2 of those. Goes on top here. And then these sit off on the sides here. Cool. As per Cosmic in previous discussion, we're going to keep the brakes on point. So I'm going to step away for my 5 or 6 minutes. I need to zap my coffee anyway. Just grab yourself a stretch, grab yourself a snack, and we'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes with the continuation of the stand for Luke Skywalker's Lego helmet. Be right back. All right. So let's finish up bag one. Thank you, Cosmic. So we just did this step, and now we're on to this one. Thanks, folks. Right. These two go like this. And then they attach to the very ends here. That. Array plates. One of these across the front. Here we go. Here's the final secure piece to the. It's such an interesting way that they've put all this stuff inside. You know, all that structure inside the stand. This goes on like that. This comes through from the back. Satisfying clack. And then we've got these guys coming up on the sides. Dr. Potato, hello. And then two more of these. You really like Lego as a kid? Yeah, me too. I really like Lego now. I am no longer a kid. Old enough to have them, even though I don't, but definitely a kid at heart. Hey, there's CJ. How's it going? Now we're on to these folks. I'm sure I've mentioned this before, but some of my fondest memories were building Lego on the floor of my grandparents' living room. And my grandfather would just sit and watch me and be completely bewildered as to how I put everything together so fast. Just following the picture instructions, right? I've got two of those. Where do they go? Oh, I see. I can't imagine how long it would have taken to design this. Because at some point you would have had to be like designing it in the computer and then move to designing it in real life to understand how the structure was going to work. You know? How stable it was going to be. It's almost one of those things where like you want to have, if you were really serious about doing Lego streams, I imagine what you'd want is like a shotgun mic. Have your microphone like I've got here for my voice, but then have like a shotgun mic aimed at the Lego table and just picking up the clicking, you know, the assembly. That was 10 of those. And now we're on to creating strange little patterns on the top with these. Not sure how easy it is to see the black on black. That did not go as planned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh. Wish Lego sets weren't so expensive. I would play with them far more often. Yeah, I enjoy the model building experience. Sorry, this is too low in frame. Yeah, I really enjoy the experience. I find that there are some sets that I can justify the cost and the other ones I can't. Star Wars, it's hard because, of course, the IP just means that it costs more money. But there are some sets, like if you want a really good, really fun experience, check out the Brickheads, because they're only like $15 or $20, and they're quite cool. And they're not short builds, but the cost per piece is kind of how I look at it. And that's why I do all the knolling at the start of the stream, is because I find it extends the building experience, right? All right, so we've done step 49. Oh, now we're on to this. Let's just move some of this stuff. I feel like it's just a better position to have this just a little bit higher in frame. That goes there. These have like a little edge on them. I thought I was not putting them on right, but they have like a little chamfered edge to them. And this goes here, and then we fill this with orange bits. Knolling, Knolling. Cosmic has a link in it in chat. I got turned on to it from a video that I watched with Adam Savage. He was talking about traveling. But he's got a couple videos out about it, I think. So 8 of those orange single pieces are good. Move on to this piece. The orange is cool. We're starting to feel like it's got some Rebel helmet colors, you know, which I like. And another 6 of those. Wow. I always find it strange when they kind of like don't overlap the pieces. I know it's not a big deal because it's all like at the base of it, but it feels like a strange way to do it. All right, that's the end of bag 1. couple of spare pieces, as we normally have. But that is the stand so far. Hard to see from the top down, but we've got the place here where the plaque is going to go at the front. We've got like little stability parts underneath the bottom. And then this attachment thing on the back, this is obviously going to be part of the helmet. How probably the chin guard attaches and stuff like that, or the back of the helmet. So this is the front here. There are 4 bags, but bag 2 is really small. I'm hoping to get the whole thing done today. We'll see. It might, if it's not worth splitting up into a second stream, I won't do it. But if it looks like there's going to be like another 3 hours of work, then work, play, work, assembly. 3 hours of fun. Couple things I should have done was grab some Tupperware. Looks like this bag is mostly white. Yeah, quote unquote work, right? It's funny. I think that's one of the biggest things that I've had to contend with as a part-time streamer is that as I grow as a streamer, as things kind of increase and the support increases, and I mean I've always approached it professionally. Like I've always treated it like, you know, it's part of my job, which it is, or it is now. However, there is that weird moment of like, why am I tired? Oh, because I streamed Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So that was 12 hours of content. And then I had to prep and do like an interview on the spawn chunks. And so that was another 4 hours of content and work. All of which is fun. None of which feels like work. I enjoy it all. But then, you know, you're tired. You're tired because you worked 4 days in a row hard. And what you don't have is that feeling of not, I don't want to say mental exhaustion, because that's true. Like you're mentally tired, but you're not mentally fed up. Because like I've worked at jobs outside of my home, and I've worked for other people, let's say. And when I've worked that hard for other people, when I get home, I'm like frustrated and what's the word I'm looking for? Done. You know, like you just don't want to do anything. Whereas I find that I still have a lot of mental energy when I'm done my streaming and podcasting weekend. But then, but then I'm just like, I'm tired. Like I just don't end up doing much outside. Like playing games or doing that kind of stuff. I'm kind of done. So like it's good. Like it's a good thing to have in your job. I mean I can equate it to like, I've got a friend that's a woodworker, and I'd imagine that as hard as he works and as much as he, cherishes his breaks with his family, he also just really likes what he does. So, a few hours can disappear when he's in the wood shop, I'm sure. Let's see if we can get this relatively straight this time. As with all things in life, balance. Yeah, no, of course. Was art like that for you? Something you could just lose your hours in? Yeah. Yeah, that's why I do it for, or did it for a living. I mean, it's still part of my job. It's just not as much of it. But the reason for that is usually just supply and demand, right? Like I found that the onset of a lot of websites that people can get super cheap logos on or get super cheap art on really kind of bites into your bottom line as an artist. So that part has been challenging. But yes, like when I was drawing, especially if it was on a contract that I liked, if the client was kind of problematic, it wasn't fun. But on projects that I enjoyed the client relationship, then yeah, I it was not difficult um to spend the time. What you just described is exactly how I feel as a musician, right? Yeah, no, I get that. I can see that. I think that's probably true of a lot of creative professions, right? Um, and I can say that one of the things that was a problem for me when I first started playing Minecraft, when I was not producing content, I was thinking about producing content, I was practicing and trying to come up with ways to produce content, but I was just playing the game, and I think I would say like I only just started producing content, and I would spend far too much time playing Minecraft, getting videos edited for my original Let's Play on YouTube, and it would feel like work, like in a good way. Like I would feel creatively satisfied. I felt like I put time in, I accomplished something because it was usually like some sort of build or something like that. And unfortunately, I was not making any money at it. And so, like, you put in this day playing Minecraft if you weren't paying attention, and then at the end of the day, you're like, I feel very fulfilled. I feel like I did something, And you're like, wait a minute. What I really did was play Minecraft for 4 hours and create a bunch of little 5 or 6 minute clips, which I then have to go do something with. And it was not at all like a checkbox of like, that is what I should have been doing today. There was a number of other things I probably should have been doing, right? But because Minecraft has this weird balance of it feels like work and it's creatively fulfilling. So as an artist, like it's just, it scratches that itch, but you got to be careful. You got to be careful. I mean, now it's not so big a deal because like I can log into Minecraft and like, especially if I'm taking care of some stuff that's really basic, like I have to go repair my gear or I have to go harvest some wood, something that I just don't really feel like is all that entertaining on stream. I can justify spending the time to do that stuff, right? Because then I think it makes for a smoother, better stream. These little ones are always such a pain in the butt. Close enough. Shantis 1029, thanks for the follow. Right, let's go, I guess, red. Oh, no, wait a minute. I don't think I've ever seen these Lego pieces before. Little balls on sticks. Yeah, I'm glad that they put the stickers on these ones themselves. That makes me happy. Did you immediately know you wanted to produce Minecraft material when Steven introduced you to it, or did you play for a while and then decide to produce content? I think that bug probably hit me right away. I think I played for a bit on that original Eternia world just to kind of see if it was a game that I was going to keep up with. But I think it was the process of like Steven could only show me so much, and then I got on to watching Paul Soares Jr. And let's do some math here. I know, dangerous on stream. I have been playing Minecraft for 5 years, and I've been podcasting for 10. So at the time I got into Minecraft, I already had a ton of podcasting experience. And so the switch over from or not switch, but the addition of doing Minecraft content on top of podcasting content. It was a really natural transition. Um, I think there are some differences, probably more so in my technical setup, but I think you could go back and watch some of my original streams and some of my original videos on YouTube, and they wouldn't be too far off from what you get now. I mean, I'm better at the game, and I have a better kind of like building repertoire and stuff, but I feel like the the presentation of the streams and the videos are probably about, I mean, they've gotten better, but it's not like it was a drastic change. Whereas some people that have no video presentation experience go into streaming or videos on YouTube, and you can tell from like their first video to like their 100th video, there's a dramatic change in how much better they get at it and how much more comfortable they are with it, all that kind of stuff. I feel like I was pretty comfortable from the get-go. I think part of it too was that look of, I mean, I've always been an entrepreneur. I've been an entrepreneur for 20 years. So to look at something and say like, this is something I could do, this is something I could potentially monetize, and this is something I really like doing. You know, it's like when I was, you know, a young artist in high school, you know, like part of it was like, yes, this is going to be a cool job, but the other part of it was like, this takes a lot of my time, and if I can also have this be my job, then that means I don't have to then add in all this extra time outside of whatever I'm going to do for a living. And I think that's part of the reason that I started doing Minecraft content, is because I just thought, I really like this game. I'm going to be spending a lot of time in it. I can tell. So one way to justify that as an adult is to create content and try to generate a little bit of, you know, even if it's pizza money, like it's still, that makes it worth it, right? One of the first things I remember from the first stream I came into of yours was that you were so comfortable with it and the audio video quality was perfect, right? So like I already had the experience, right? Like I've done video editing and animation work in the past. I've been, like I said, I've been doing several podcasts. I've got a lot of podcasts that folks here might not know, but like I was on Comics Coast to Coast for 8 years. I did way back in the day. I did a show called the Dating Digital Podcast. That was before the Citadel Cafe even started. There's a lot of these little pieces. Maybe some interesting connections here. I think we can probably put these all in a row. I hope. This knolling is also kind of just a fun exercise in kind of like facial awareness and guessing at how much, because like it's not like I have a preconceived plan. I'm kind of winging this and trying to just guess at how close I can get to making these feel like they're all going to fit in an organized space. Say that, and I've obviously miscalculated. hadn't realized at that point just how much podcasting you had under your belt. Yeah, well, because I think that most of the Minecraft creators out there, I don't think they come from a podcasting background. I would be very curious actually to talk to somebody that is like a Minecraft or a Twitch streamer that does so on their own now, but has like a television or radio background or a podcasting background. And I don't mean the ones that are just podcasts that are on Twitch. I mean, one of the reasons I stick away from doing video podcasting is because podcasting to me has always been an audio art form and presentation platform. And what I like so much about consuming podcasts is like I can do it while I'm doing something else. You know, walking to go get groceries. I can catch up on tech news. I can catch up with friends, you know, on my favorite shows, with people I know, just by, you know, having access to that kind of thing. You know, but back when I was doing a lot of artwork for clients, like I could listen to podcasts while I was working, you know. Remember when your internet minute on the Citadel and you talked a little bit about the Mandalorian helmet? Would you ever purchase that one? I don't think so. I think that was the one that has too many studs in it. It's also way more expensive. And the thing about the Mandalorian helmet is that it looks kind of iconic on Din Djarin, but the problem is that it's an ensemble costume. And so he's got if you look at just the helmet, it's boring, right? It looks cool because it's a stark, simple, you know, shiny helmet stuck on top of all of the cool detail and color that his outfit has. But if you really look at just the helmet, it's not that interesting. That's why I wouldn't be buying it. It's also really expensive for what it is. I feel like the Mandalorian helmet and the Luke Skywalker one are the same price. I don't really remember. Should have done this the other way. I mean, none of this is really going to matter in a couple minutes anyway, but whatever. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Not Humo. That's what you thought too? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a pretty... it's the same thing like Darth Vader. It's a cool helmet, but it doesn't... The way that they did it with the studs, it doesn't really look all that good as Lego. The face mask looks cool. But that's about it. All right, we're going to turn this guy around. Face him that way. And then we've got these two. So after all that, putting a hole right there, right away. We're working on the back of the helmet, it looks like, or the back of the connection. This Lego stream was a sub-goal reward. Would you consider doing art stream as a sub-goal reward? The problem with art stream is that they get even lower attendance. So it's this delicate balance between, you know, doing cool stuff as stream rewards for hitting certain goals, which is good, But because I do have this current goal of trying to apply for partner in the next year, and really we're down to like 6 months, um, I I'm always hesitant to like do goals with stuff that absolutely just doesn't fly. The other thing that I should note is that my my Mac and OBS and Photoshop, and I think it's Photoshop's fault. Photoshop has become pretty bloated on OS, Mac OS. So I find that drawing live is a very frustrating experience because there is some lag, some input lag for me, not for the stream, but for me drawing. So I haven't tried that in a while. There's a lot of birds in my backyard. Like a starling party. Need one of those and one of those. Man, so we're building this thing in the top. I'm not sure if you can see that on the screen. I've got a window like right here, so there's a lot of reflection coming in. Yeah, I don't know how you would even think to come up with some of these patterns and connections. Pretty wild. Although I guess with, like anything, once you get experience as a Lego designer. By the way, in case you couldn't tell, yes, I did want to be a journalist when I was growing up. Really? I didn't know that, Cosmic. That's really cool. Okay. That. I need a little black piece. And then one of these little guys there. Oh, cool. No, I got the wrong piece. That is incorrect. Not that one. It's this one. I do find that the Lego instructions, it's hard sometimes to see the difference between the light gray and the darker gray pieces in the instructions. Until you see them next to each other in the instructions, I kind of always assume the wrong one. This is like a ball and socket connection, which is cool. Quite like that. And that's a blue jay. Sure, that's coming through on the mic. 20 yards away, probably sounds like it's on my shoulder. All right, that's connecting there, and then we grab another one of these. And one of these. Nope, other one. Whenever you see or think about Blue Jays, it always makes me think of you. That's funny. Man, he's not happy about something. There's probably a crow or a cat nearby. Do these. One from here. And a long plate. Oh, I missed one. When did I miss that? Oh, I see. There you go. That feels better. And then long plate goes there. At least it's very easy to see when you mess up. Like if you're off, you'll know in the very next step when you've screwed up a piece. Those. Whoops. Okay. More little tiny step connections. I'd say we're probably building up like the side of the helmet, it looks like. My guess. And then 1, 2, 4. This does remind me of Minecraft. Like it does remind me of like the way that you build up a form in Minecraft, stepping your way up. I'm not sure if you can see that on stream, but it's got this subtle one plate at a time. It's like when you're building with slabs. Like the subtle grade up the side of it. All right, now we're on to a different thing. Or a different chunk of the thing. 2 of these. 1 of those. In those early days of Minecraft content creation, did you ever envisage being sat here with community like you have now, so far in the Spawn Chunks podcast? I don't know about. I would say no in terms of the streaming community. I don't think I would have the same. I wouldn't have guessed at the streaming community. That's something that's also such a slow burn. It's like you mentioned earlier. It's a marathon, not a sprint, right? I really just looked at the streaming thing as like a potential like pizza money sort of thing. Like really was not thinking about streaming so much as a potential income stream. But with the podcasting, yes, because with the podcasting, I strategically had gotten into Minecraft, realized that I wanted to learn as much about Minecraft as I could, which meant I went looking for Minecraft podcasts because I wanted to learn about Minecraft when I was walking to the grocery store or when I was doing other things that I couldn't watch a YouTube video. And I realized there were none, or at least ones that were existing were foul. And I thought that's a silly way to present Minecraft. So once I found Johnny Pixel Riffs as a fan through his survival guide, and I think at the time it was actually another series that he was doing. I invited him on the Citadel Cafe a couple times just to kind of see if we had a rapport. But my mission, my idea was that I wanted to have a show. I knew I couldn't do another show that I was solely responsible for. I didn't have the time. So I know I needed a Minecraft podcasting partner. And Johnny and I get along great, and we have a good rapport on mic, and so that kind of thing happened naturally. But once I knew that, I pitched the idea of the Spawn Chunks podcast to him as a business idea. It wasn't like, this is fun, let's give it a shot. It was like, nope, this has got some legs. There are absolutely no podcasts out there right now. So when the Minecraft podcast took off, I can't say that I was surprised because it was an empty space. This was 4 years ago. There's a couple more podcasts out there now, and I'll pat myself on the back and say, like, I think they maybe were inspired by the Spawn Chunks, which is cool. So that was not at all. I guess that's the top of the helmet. I'm not looking at the box on purpose, so I don't want any kind of like, oh, that's what that is. Like, I'm just trying to figure this out. Okay, so that piece, and then this goes and connects. So what's the point of all these things then? That seems like a strange waste of pieces. I guess they're just meant to keep it stable, but that's really bizarre. Like, you can see, I think you can see, it's just meant, I think, to keep it from rocking, which is cool. It's interesting. I've never built anything like this before in terms of Lego. Is there any other podcasts you would recommend to listen to because you don't watch them? Yes. One of my favorites is Tech News Today. No, sorry, the Daily Tech News Show. I've been listening to that show for like 15 years, and it's changed names a couple times. Tom Merritt, MERRITT, I think. I should know that. But yes, Daily Tech News Show is a great show. I really like Gaming Careers, which is both a video podcast and an audio podcast. That's on YouTube and wherever you get podcasts. What else? I listen to a bunch of financial podcasts, but I don't remember the name of them, and they're also very specific to Canada, so that wouldn't make a lot of sense. Check out if you like nerdy stuff, check out the Frog Pants podcasting network. I believe it's still frogpants.com, but there's something for everybody. Retro gaming, World of Warcraft. There's nerdy, just like general shows, spoiler shows. There's the morning stream is a really good kind of like drive at 9 in the morning kind of show. Scott Johnson, it's his podcasting network. That's how I got into podcasting, was listening to Scott Johnson. So I would recommend that. Be a great way. And honestly, like, if you start off at Frog Pants and you start listening to either Scott Johnson or Tom Merritt shows, then all the different people that they talk to also have their own podcasts, and you're just going to be in a web of like new content that you can try. Stability equals a good thing. Stephen ESC was talking us through the wobble and stability issues of the Vespa scooter Lego build kit today. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's something that he and I have talked about before. The Spawn Chunks was the first podcast I ever listened to. Oh, I didn't know that, Cosmic. That's cool. I already knew picks from Decidedly Vanilla. That's what it was. It was either that or another series. And then when I heard the two of you together, I was just blown away. Oh, thank you. That's really sweet of you to say. So the nice thing about that first episode being so solid is that I brought nearly 10 years of experience, 6 years or 7 years at the time, to the table. And then Johnny and I had already done 2 other podcasts on the Citadel Cafe together before we did the episode of the Spawn Chunks. So I had a really tight system going into that premiere show. And Johnny, similar to this Lego build, trusted the process, and it worked out quite well. So thank you. Most BBC Radio 4 shows are now available as podcasts, including years and years of back episodes. Very cool. That's awesome. You can. That's the great thing about podcasts, right? Like, it doesn't have to be entertainment. You can learn some really cool stuff. Sorry, I bumped the table again. I think half of the podcasters started listening to Scott and Tom. Yeah, because they've been doing it for 20 years. I think. Very close to it. Very close to it. Oh, we have to do all of this again. I am going to stick to the break announcement that Cosmic has let me know that we're at the 3rd break, which we should do. I don't know if we're going to get through this whole thing. We might. But yeah, this is just going to be the exact same thing over again. So rather than sit through this now, I'm going to take a break. You should too. Grab a friend, grab a snack, and we'll be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. All right, so now we're going to do this for the other side, it looks like. Start off with the same pieces. Obviously, it'll be mirrored, so it'll be a slightly different angle. I like that some of these little individual pieces that they put in here are also like the same kind of like orange and white. So they're, even though they're just going to be buried in the piece for spacing reasons, they're also, I mean, I guess they might be visible at some point, but they're keeping with the colors of the design, which is cool. And then that. Think if there were random bright neon pink pieces in the center of the build, it would be a jarring building experience. Well, there are some turquoise pieces buried in there that was definitely like a where does that go sort of moment. But I can appreciate that if they're really important for spacing, that they want to make sure that you don't miss them in the instructions, right? Oh, right. This is the fallen socket. I feel like this is probably where maybe where the visor connects, or where some of the plates on the top connect. That's the step I missed last time. Maybe we need to get Joel into the flower patch. I've bought family members some of the botanical sets. My mom was okay with it. She doesn't want another one, I don't think, but I've got another botanical set to give as a gift. And I won't say it just in case they're watching later, or social media something, but yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the reaction there. I've bought other Lego sets for this person before, so I think it will be okay. Oh. Done. Goes like that. Out of curiosity, I can't really tell because my monitor is really tiny. I'm using my iPad to monitor the stream, but is the camera shaking when I put pieces together or only when I like really kick the table by accident? The next time I do this, I'm going to attach this to something else, so it's not a big deal. But frustratingly, there's a desk like 6 inches away, and the arm just didn't reach because it's a vertical and horizontal arm. It doesn't do like that thing like a mic arm does. So it did not have the reach, which I was disappointed in. I mean, it's fine, but I find it strange that they, like you could clamp it to the desk, but then it's because of that it jiggles. Like I would imagine if I had a webcam attached to this, like for me, like for a face cam, if I was using the mouse and a keyboard, the whole thing would be shaking. So you'd have to figure out a way to attach it to something else. Not as bad when you're putting pieces together. Thanks. I mean, it's probably the other one did the same thing the last time I did Lego stream. So I know that it's something that happens. I'm trying to get away from it. I thought investing in this arm would allow me to do it, but I have to figure out. I have something else I can clamp it to, but the problem is like it's a really vertical arm, and I'd have to like really defeats the purpose of spending the amount that I spent on such a large piece of kit when really all I needed was the top part, but then the top part doesn't attach to anything. You have to have the base to attach it to. And there's no horizontal shelf clamp. It's only a vertical shelf clamp. So it's that or a wall mount, and I'm in an apartment. I don't want to drill this into the wall. Plus, I'd like to be able to move it around if I need to. It's the Elgato multi-mount system for people wondering what I'm talking about. And for all intensive purposes, it's very well made and holds very well. It's just that I may have underestimated my setup. But I bought it with the idea of it being like a long-term investment. So I can use it for other things in the future. As hopefully the stream expands and grows. Cool. So then this goes up on here. That. Two of these, two of those. We're getting down there. The white stuff is almost done. Yeah, I feel like this is the top of the helmet if I was to guess. Okay, and now we need the green pieces. Two of these. Two from here. Destruction. And all 8 of those. This is an interesting piece. It's got like a hollow back on it. I'm trying to think if this is the most complicated thing that I've built. I don't think it is. I think the shuttle Tidarium is the most complicated thing that I've done. First outing, holding up very well. Cool, thanks, Cosmic. Yeah, for folks that are here, that are in the Discord as well, I'll be making a post in the Discord in the Town Hall section later looking for feedback, constructive feedback to help improve the stream. But I'm not going to do it live because I don't have access to the Discord from where I'm sitting. And then this there's two of those. Goes up like that, and then a green part goes like this. Got another two there. And then that attaches under here. Yeah, that's right. And then we just build it for the other side. You mentioned earlier not anticipating the streaming community when you first started. What surprised you about that and the community that continues to grow around your content? On one level, and this is going to sound funny, I'll confess I'm a little confused that it hasn't grown faster. But I think a lot of that is chalked up to the time zone and when it's convenient for me to stream versus when a lot of people are online. The other thing that I am very pleasantly surprised about is the utter lack of trolls. Like, we have a remarkably kind and articulate community, and when I see other streamers, especially in the Minecraft space, dealing with people in chat that are just like, for the lack of a better word, we'll just say that they're annoying. You know, the annoying Twitch chatter. You all know who I'm talking about. The archetype, right? Like the typical, you're rolling your eyes, you know, when they're typing. We don't get that a lot, and I'm really grateful for it. And a good chunk of that obviously is because of the fantastic moderation from all the moderators in the community, and discussions that we've had behind the scenes. But in general, I feel that I think a lot of that is because of the chill nature of my my streams. It doesn't appeal to the people that are looking for drama. We'll say they're looking for drama. I don't give it, so they tend not to hang out very long. Would be how I'd assess that. I believe Cosmic approved the term dingus. Yeah. Cosmic and I use other terms behind the scenes, but dingus would be a forward-facing way to talk about it. Yeah. Do you know what your viewer demographic is? I don't think we have that information on the Spawn Chunks. I don't know what my viewer demographic is here. Twitch doesn't share that information with me. I'd have to do a survey. I could tell you that I am surprised by, I want to say, usually I anticipate someone to be older than they actually are. So like in my community, I find that I'll sit down and I'll be talking with someone in the Discord, or I'll have an exchange with them in the live chat, and I'm thinking they're maybe like, you know, early. I feel like they're young, right? Sorry, vice versa. I feel like they're older, like, you know, somewhere around mid-30s. And then as I get to know the individuals over time, I very often find out that, oh no, they're not 35, they're 22, and I'm like, what, really? Wow, wish I had a head on my shoulders like that when I was 22. So that's usually the fun surprises in the community, is that I'm often surprised by how young people are because of how mature they present themselves, which is the opposite of the dinguses that we were talking about earlier. Usually, you know, when those people act stupid, like you have two choices. You're like, well, you're either this annoying on purpose in real life, or you're just young and you don't know any better, right? And usually it's the young side that ends up being like, oh yeah, okay, you know, you clue in after a while on Twitch. You start to realize, what am I missing here? Oh, this goes in the back. Interesting. That's cool. And then we have these little pieces in the front. There's a lot of really tiny pieces here. Okay, that's all done. And that goes on top of this. So yeah, a Boomer chant. If I was to guess at my demographic, I would say probably mid-20s to mid-30s would be my guess. Now you've made me curious, and we shouldn't talk ages in chat. Yes. Yeah. Sweet Sandy, I have no idea. I will tell you that I've got no clue. It's really hard too, because like without seeing people and without hearing people speak in person, it's difficult. I'll one up I'll one up anybody in the Discord that wants to, you know, especially mods. I don't know if anybody in the mod, I think Cosmic knows how old I am, but I don't put it out there because I don't think it's necessary. But also, you know, just you want to avoid sharing too much of personal information on the internet, right? If it's not required, then why? Why is it important? Yeah, when I was talking earlier about like the younger versus older, I guess a better way to say it would be mature users versus immature users. Because then really it doesn't matter what age you attach to that. You can have somebody in their late 20s that's far less mature than someone that's 18, right? It all depends on life experiences and how much work they want to put into, you know, life and addressing other people. Pop culture references usually gives a relative age. That's fair. But I would say on top of that, like you've also got to be careful, like, because you know all of the 80s references that I think you might be referring to, Elkhorn, they're all accessible on streaming services, and there's lots of people, younger people that are into we'll call it retro stuff, right? So like you never know. Someone might be just like, I love 16 Candles, and they might be born in 2005. Right? Like you just don't know. Making sure I'm not missing a step here. Got that. That's done. Got that. That's all good. Now we do a little D pieces here. I'm not sure how well this comes through on stream because it's very tiny. Another one of these across the top. And then we get one of these guys that goes down the middle, and then two stripes. Whoops, destroying everything. Dress me up, can't take me anywhere. It's a lie. You can't dress me up either. And then we flip it over. Grab one of those and 2 more of these. Oops. The yellow piece. I feel like this is like the center of the helmet, like the visor sort of deal. Not the visor, like the crown, forehead. This is a guess. No, this is the back. Never mind. It's the back of the helmet. 2 of these, 9 of those. We've got those, 5 of those, and 2 of those. All right, so this is just gonna eat up all the little pieces. McScrewgun says, I'll say I've got a pretty good guess at your age due to statements you've made to university. Yeah, so that's the thing. If you've been listening to the podcasts, then that's something different. I'm also pretty sure that I've mentioned on one of the podcasts near a benchmark birthday. I'm sure I've mentioned it live. There's no way that I've not. No way that I've not. I always say, going back to your community, that creators get back what they put in. That's fair. I think you've worked hard to create a community full of like-minded folks and space that is safe and welcoming for everyone. Well, thanks very much, Cosmic. I appreciate that. I would say, while I appreciate the gesture of saying that it's all led from myself, oh, I see what you mean. It's all led or stemmed from the example that I put forward. Sure, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't think that I necessarily lead in the community. I think there are leaders within my community now. I think it started off with me at the helm, but I very much enjoy the fact that the community that we've cultivated is self-directing and very often self-moderating, which is nice. And for folks that are curious about like the whole, what do you mean self-moderating? Basically, all it means is that when people are not sure about something, they just ask before they do it. It's a really simple concept, but it saves so much time and hassle and course correction for moderators and communities in general if just people are just like, I want to contribute this, but I'm just going to double check just to make sure. And 9 times out of 10, if not 19 times out of 20, when the person asks like, hey Joel, is it okay if I post this? It's like, yeah, that's totally fine. Thanks for asking, but like, you're fine, you know? So these things are connecting like really tiny. So we've taken 9 of these little 1x1 multi-stud pieces and created like a 3x2 block. Like they've just been, that's 9 individual pieces plus the yellow bar. Very dense. And then these guys go on here. The only thing I don't have with using the, I guess I should mention I'm using the Elgato Cam, no, Epicam is the name of the app on the iPhone that I'm using, because that's my iPhone up there. I can't zoom in, like I don't have remote. I'd have to actually touch the back of the iPhone to zoom in and have controls, but I can't do that because the phone grip that holds the iPhone in place covers half the screen and most of the controls. So, you know, like from down here, I'd have to have some sort of like secondary shot or something. I'm not even sure how I'd be able to switch. Don't point at you like that. Nice. You mentioned a reference to it on the Spawn Chunks in an earlier episode. Speaks as someone who went back and listened to them all. Oh yeah. I've certainly mentioned it in the render distance. I'm sure of that. Fancy that, says CJ. Respecting people works, right? Oh, herding cats. I don't think anybody here would be surprised about what happens on the internet. Okay, where are we now? Got that part done. Yeah, this is like the stripe down the back of the helmet, I think. And then now we add this piece. And then these guys. Man, this is really. I mean, I'm not complaining. This is just really intricate, and I'm only concerned that it doesn't show up very well on stream. And then we're back to the top parts. That is it. Oh, these pieces go together, I think. That's what it is. Then this goes. That. So all of that to get to this one chunk. And then it attaches. There's a little C piece there, and there's a little bar at the back, and it just kind of snaps in. That's pretty slick. So the whole purpose of this little black piece is just to keep that solid. That was a lot. Just to attach that one slope. Have a good walk, Max Kruger. Appreciate it. Always appreciate the lurk. You mentioned a while ago about possibly moving your streaming days around to give you more time, especially in the summer months, to go outdoors hiking. Is this still something you're looking at? Potentially. Alistair has a regular day off on Thursdays, which is also one of my days off. So I might be able to get out and do some hiking on Thursdays, which is good too, because the trails are generally also empty during the week compared to like a Saturday or Sunday. But a lot of it's going to be weather dependent, right? Like if I'm looking at a really lovely weekend, or a weekend that's really crazy hot and it's going to be really uncomfortable, I may end up not canceling streams, but moving, like say a Saturday afternoon Minecraft stream. I might move that to a Saturday night when it's like dark and cooler in the studio from like 9 to midnight for me. But during the hot part of the day, I wouldn't be stuck inside my apartment just sweating and being miserable. I have AC, but it's noisy. But what I would do would be I could then get outside, go on a coastal hike to beat the heat, and then stream later. And that's the beauty of the Discord. I keep everybody kind of up to date on the Discord when I'm streaming and what changes. Out of curiosity, for folks that are here, I know that a lot of you are regulars. How do you feel about it when I have to shift a stream around? Like, does that throw your availability, or do you get disappointed, or are you cool when that kind of stuff happens, or do you much prefer a consistent schedule? Like, let's say I stay consistent with the days, but the time of day changes a little bit. So we're there doing. I'm sure at some point that this is just like the economy of these pieces. It's easier to do several pieces than it is to do one, but that. And then we've got the continuation of these stripes, though that's wrong. Step somewhere. Pensive Elephant raiding with a party of 9. Thanks so much for the raid, Pensive Elephant. Good to see you again. Welcome in, folks. To catch you up, we are building Lego set 7-5. Hold on. 75327. The Red 5 Skywalker helmet. And we're on just about finished bag number 2, which has been cool, but wow, time consuming. What were you up to on stream, Pensive? Anything fun? Playing Darkest Dungeons 2. I think that's something that my buddy Lou likes to play. The Steam game, right? These go underneath here. And then these pieces go back this way. Yeah, so this is like the back of the head, I guess. Ta-da. And then this attaches I would say like that. So that is pretty cool. I'm not sure you can see how that actually looks from the side. I'm sure that will be covered up, but like that's a pretty cool way to get a dome starting to form. And that is the end of bag 2, complete with a couple of extra pieces. I keep all these, but I never do anything with them. Pensive Elephant, 100 bits for the new baggie. Thanks very much. Appreciate the support. And thanks again for the raid. Regarding schedule, 100,555. For me, personally, the current stream time only really works on Sundays. I habitually miss Fridays and Saturdays unless I'm lucky to have them off or you happen to delay for one reason or another. That's the nature of work, though, so there's not much I could do about to change those things. And Ironclad Islaus says regarding the schedule, as one option only, I'm flexible and watch where I can. Totally understand where you need to switch it up your schedule. Yeah, I don't know. Do other streamers have like summer schedules, quote unquote, versus winter? I mean, I stream a lot more in the wintertime because I live in Canada, and starting in November, it starts to be inhospitable to be outside. We're not necessarily covered in snow, but it's just hurricane season and rain and cold. Not generally nice. Oh. Britt, if you're watching, I found the sunglasses. So, funny story, because I doubt she'll listen to this. I showed my good friend Britt, another artist, friend of mine, and she was looking at the Lego set, and I showed her the one that I bought. Like when I bought this, I sent the link and said, "This is what I just got for myself," and she's like, "Oh, cool," because she knew what it was, and she said, "I really like the sunglasses," and I said, "By sunglasses, you mean the blast visor?" And she was like, "Yes, of course, that's what I meant," having no idea what I was talking about. I was like, "Yeah, sunglasses." I thought it was pretty good. Move this out of the way. How do folks feel about the scale of the Twitch leaderboard across the top of the screen? This is new because I normally stream from a 2K canvas down to a 1080p, but this particular stream is 1080p as a native resolution, which means that I had to readjust and realign all of my Twitch leaderboard and Twitch alerts. So all of the alerts are now in the top middle of the screen, and the leaderboard had to be shrunk a bit. So hopefully it's not too small. So it sounds like Hunter was saying that they'll just catch more streams if I stream later. Makes sense. I can do a proper survey in the Discord, because really I'm gonna lean on the people that are financially supporting the stream and stream when they find it more convenient. I mean, provided it lines up with my schedule, I'm not gonna just change everything. But yeah, if I can swing it, if streaming later in the day is something that people enjoy, then that works out well. Because like one of the reasons I'm thinking about rearranging some of the stream times is so I can have more time outside. Because for folks that don't know, my current stream schedule is Friday, Saturday, and Sunday from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. So that's my entire afternoon. So like if somebody wants to go to the beach on the weekend, or if I want to go hiking, like that's prime daytime outdoor summer activity. So that's why I'm thinking about moving it. Or some of them, not all of them. Like Friday, I don't care about Friday so much. But Saturday and Sunday, things like, family barbecues on a Sunday. It would be nice to, maybe stream first thing in the morning or stream later in the afternoon. Sweet Sandy with 100 bits. Agree with Brit and Cosmic. Sunglasses. Nice. What did Cosmic agree with Brit? I'm with Brit. Sunglasses. Nice. I will let her know. I will let her know that they agree with you. That's funny. Hunter 555 dropping 1,000 bits, kicking off a hype train. Thanks so much, Hunter. Wow. Really appreciate that. Stream time. For me, when you end streams, it's my bedtime. When you end your streams, it's my bedtime. Right, because that's the huge time difference. So if I went later, that's the thing. Like if I go later, I end up missing a lot of the European audience. Not that I think still most of my audience is American. My stream schedule, says CJ, is pretty seasonal as how it relates to work. Like over the next 6 weeks, I'm in residence at music festivals. Right. Yeah. So you change yours to suit your travel and work and stuff like that. That makes sense. That makes sense. So we got 2 minutes left on that level 1 hype train. We're at 60%. If you want to participate, it's a Prime Gaming sub, Tier 1 sub, or 100 bits. And I really, really appreciate it. Thanks for kicking that off. Overlook looks fine, but I don't know if it's just me or does the text all look not all look the same size. So not all the text is the same size. All the major text should be the same size, but there's a couple of numbers that are smaller. So if a memory serves, the viewer numbers and the sub numbers versus the goals are smaller. But so for like 1 and 2, the numbers have some different sizes, but then 3, 4, and 5 across the leaderboard, they should all be the same size. I'll check on my next break though. There they go, giving me odd numbers again. Oh, lies. Might be just a case of what Hunter said, as it being some upper and lower case, but the bits leader at the end looks bigger than the rest. It could be. It shouldn't be, but I don't necessarily trust that Streamlabs saved my settings when I changed it. The doorknob, hello, how's it going? Did not see you come in. Which is a strange thing to say to a doorknob, because you would always see the doorknob coming in. Let me know if you can't handle that joke. I like that you stream my evening time, but Friday, Saturday, I'll miss you if I have evening events. Yeah. Well, I mean, you can't please everybody. It's more about like the general time. Yeah, the question was less about like when specifically should I stream. It's more about like, does a shifting stream time make you less likely to tune in? Whoops. So many little pieces. All the white. I'm sort of cheating along the bottom. Any really simple one-off pieces that we can squeeze in there? Not. So we'll just be really cheeky. Turn those sideways. Haha, I win. I probably will try to finish this. I don't know. It's 5:30 now, so probably not. We're probably only going to finish this bag because this. Yeah, I don't know. This has got a lot of pieces in it. I'm assuming this is going to take me quite a while. So I'm going to say probably not. Which means I'll probably end up tossing in like an extra stream this week, like maybe on Wednesday or Tuesday. Tuesday or Wednesday. We'll do a short little finisher. I'll make sure I post on Twitter and in Discord when that's going to happen. I kind of thought when I looked at it, this is 700 pieces, 675 pieces. I kind of figured that those take like a 4-hour stream, but we took the first hour and did the little Mando. For folks that came in late, we did this little Mando micro fighter. This something was a gift from Alistair for my birthday. So we did this, and that actually, because of the knolling and just taking the time and chatting with people, it took like an hour. So, which is fine. It just meant that the time left to then work on the Skywalker helmet was less than what would have been. I've got another set coming. I've got, what's this other set? I can't see the numbers on it. I have another set that actually was a birthday gift from Britt, who I mentioned earlier. She was super sweet and sent me a Lego Republic tank. 75342 is the set. I don't remember how many pieces it has, and it doesn't say on the side of the box. But the set that I just ordered has over 1,000 pieces, like close to 1,200. So that is going to be a 2-stream job for sure. Like I will go into that anticipating a 2-stream situation. Two of these. This might work out, it might not. Well, if we're really cheeky about it. Thanks for the lurk, Elkhorn. Appreciate it. Turn these this way. Well, that's the cool shiny parts. Uh, he's gone to bed now, but I have to tell you that this really made Little Cosmic Boy's day. Oh, that's great. He was so enthralled in the building and seeing you lay the pieces out like he does. Oh, very cool. That's great. I'm glad that he enjoyed it. It's something that I think about. Like, I never had anything like this when I was a kid building Lego. You know, to tune in and watch somebody. I'm not even sure that I would have, but it's hard to say. I mean, probably. I wish I could say I planned this out, folks, but I don't. Like it just sort of comes together. Why isn't this shiny? The one piece. Bit of funny. Probably gonna be a straight line. Break time 4 has been reached. We must have started this really close to the end of the last break, right? I think I only had like 20 minutes or so. All right. Well, I feel like it's kind of silly to lay out these pieces and then not build it. So we'll take another short break, just 5 or 6 minutes as per usual. And then when we come back, we will put together bag 3 on the Skywalker helmet. So yeah, give me 5 or 6 minutes, folks. I'll be right back. All right, let's see if we can finish this bag up. Get the old instrucciones. Maybe building, I guess, the top part, crest of the helmet. Need you. Find that these things always kind of get off quickly, you know? They start to build momentum early on. Where does that go? That goes underneath here. And goes underneath there. One, four, two, 2x4, 2x3. Man, when everything's all white, you really got to pay attention. Again, it's like they're slowly building up the curve, you know, in the same way that you do with slabs and stairs in Minecraft. I think this area here. One of those. Oh, I've lost my monitor somehow. Hold on. I have to refresh the page. Twitch Manager on an iPad is not the best. So apologize, chat. I can't see you for the moment. Oh, and now I don't have a stream monitor. That's annoying. All right. Well, I've lost visuals. I mean, I know the stream is still live, but I can't see. Refreshing the page did not remember my stream layout, which is problematic. Like, why would refreshing the page not save the layout, Twitch? So that these those. Cool. And now we're on to something else. 8x4. As much as I love Lego, it's another thing I struggle with my inability to picture things in my head. It's the picture instructions. If it was written, which would be silly, it would be fine. Yeah. I think that's, I mean, as a visual artist, as a visual problem solver, I think that's probably one of the reasons why this kind of stuff comes so naturally to me. Two of these guys. And then one We're on to something else again. Oh no, wait, this just gets flipped over. That and those. I wonder where the black is going to show. It'd be interesting. Quick, let's say things about Joel. Oh, I mean, like, oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. There's a huge delay in chat, so by the time you're all working, teasing me, I was already back. So foreshadowing and caution ahead of next time it happens. By the time you hear what's happening, it has already passed. I mean, let's face it, most of the time I'm coming at you from the future. So then we turn this over. We do flat piece there. White piece goes here. And this goes that. Flip it over again. Red piece goes here. And then this connects. Like I missed something. No. No, that's right. That's right. And then this goes underneath. That is not the clearest picture, Lego. Yep. This little guy. So now that we know what the purpose of these are, it's usually to hold the structure so that certain pieces that are loose or movable don't move in on one another. That's why we've got all these little black pieces with the rails on them. Oh, and then it goes right on the side. That way, and it connects right to there. Whoops. Keep on forgetting that I have more room than I do with my other Lego setup. And now we just do the whole process again, but from the other side. Yeah, it is a really cool looking build. It's interesting to see how they built it with panels, right? Like it's when you think about Lego, a lot of people think about it in the same way they do with Minecraft. We think about it in layers, right? You know, horizontal layers like a 3D printer. But this is put together in panels, like in similar way to how probably real helmets are made, right? I actually don't know how real helmets are made. They're probably all somewhere in the real helmet. There's probably an interior like die cast, like one piece. That would make the most sense, I guess, because you wouldn't want pieces of a helmet to move. I'm assuming. Anybody in the chat ride motorbikes and know how a helmet is constructed? Dude. So let's do. And this guy. It does go faster the second time around, like kind of once you wrap your head around what they're doing. That. I just know that I just know that helmets work. Yeah. Well, that's generally a good thing. I would think. That and 3x1. Right. On to the weird upside down bit. And then we've got this upside down curve. In modern helmets, they are most often cast in a single mold. That's what I thought. Medieval helmets, on the other hand, are a different thing, and they could be put together with rivets holding them together. That makes sense. Yeah, I was thinking more like modern safety helmet. I mean, this is a space helmet, so I was thinking more like modern day helmets than it was anything else. So it turns out that these are just the inside padding on the bottom. Did I do that wrong? Did that wrong. It's weird when they've got two arrows, because it's like turn it upside down and rotate it when you're really just supposed to rotate it. I specialized in early Viking to late medieval helmets because I made those. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, we won't finish it today. I'm gonna have to stop after this bag, but that's fine. So then this piece connects to this piece, and this way. And then this piece connects to this piece. And then this goes on here. Like that. Oh, no, now it looks like we're putting some stuff directly on this now. I'm not sure whether it's the height of the build or just it feels like the bottom of my shot is a lot farther away than it used to be. So we take 3 of these and line them up right here on the top. Yes, Stellar, your message made it. You specialized in early Viking, late medieval helmets. Do you have backgrounds in like as a blacksmith? And yeah, Mixed Gun, we're still going. Sorry if that sounded negative. It's not. This was already put together. We didn't have to assemble this. Good. And we have these two go underneath of it. And we have these two claw-like bits. Oh, these are the ball and socket joints. Have cool transparency stuff. This is obviously the visor, or how the visor attaches. Some of these little Lego pieces have got little white bits on them. It's just the singles. It's weird. Not my favorite. I'm not sure if you can see that. They got these little white dots in the middle of them. Apprentice armor smith. Really? So, as an apprentice armor smith in in 2022, like, what does that translate to? Like, what? Why is armor smithing still a thing? I guess. No shade. I'm curious. That's done, and then we need these 4. 2 more. I mean, the good news is that most of these are getting covered up, so we're not going to be able to see them. Now we got 2 layers of the orange transparent stuff, and then these will attach to these little ball things. It almost looks like, you know, one of those animatronic models, like when they take the latex face off of it and you can see like teeth and eyeballs. It's almost like we're not supposed to see this, you know. It looks like eyeballs. So then this goes upside down. And that gives us the angle, I guess, on the visor. Yep, and then we attach these going this way. Cosmic Dancer, thank you so much. That was the monthly tip, the monthly Streamlabs tip of $10. I really appreciate that you've kept that up. It's amazing. So this goes in like this. I'm actually kind of surprised we're doing this now. This kind of feels like, you know, the icing on the cake, what you would probably do at the end of the build, right? But then again, maybe this is the easiest point to do it. So I was right. I thought this was going to be taller, but this was actually the dome. I thought when we first started building that the chin was going to be here, but the chin is going to be down there. All right, and then we've got these bits along the side. Whoops. For reenactment and for museums. For and LARPing, for example. Interesting. Even for movies. Oh wow. I guess that makes sense. So for movies and for LARPing and stuff, would you use something that would be lighter material? Or is the part of the process meant to be real heavy armor? Okay, looks like we set this aside for now. Get this guy out. One of these. Two of those. One of these. Two of these. Those. Those. I said it a couple times already, but I'm glad that these white stickers are already on these pieces. That would be very tough to do, I think. I certainly wouldn't be able to film it. I'd have to have my nose right up to the piece. All you would see would be the back of my head. Oh, that's cool, Delara. Back of the head reveal. Oh, we're gonna need all three of these. Pieces. Hard to get together. These arc pieces don't want to stay put. Now they will, though. One of those, sometimes those Lego connections, when they snap together, they feel very final. The context is like, snap, try to undo me, I dare you. Cool, so that's that little piece. And that goes at the base of the helmet. So there's two little C connectors there. And we get a bar, black bar at the bottom of that. So that kind of goes in here and continues the full arc. Yeah, I feel like the visors are really wobbly. I feel like they could have done a little bit better with that. Unless, I don't think there's another connection to hold those together yet. Oh, so now we actually get to use these things, which have been sitting here and I've been curious about them the whole time. So we need stuff. Oh, I don't need to use fingernails. I've got these. I've got the tool. They gave me the tool. I must have like 7 of these by now. One for every room of the house. All right, these guys. I feel like the rest of this bag should come together pretty quickly. We have to do stickers. Never mind. I lied. Maybe I'll do the stickers later. Does this go on? Yeah, I will do the stickers later. Or rather, probably off stream. I just don't feel like that's going to be good content. And so we've got 2 of those, 1 of those, and then goes underneath like that. Very bright red. You don't need the pressures of getting the stickers right after 5 hours of streaming? No, that's right. I also, I should have picked some up. My buddy Chad, he does Lego with his daughter, but he also builds like models, and he said like his best decision ever was investing in a really decent pair of fine tweezers, and so I feel like I should do that for Lego. I have a pair, but they're like they're in my toolbox. Like they're not like delicate tweezers. They're more like getting nails out of things, that kind of stuff. So flip this over, and these attach here and there. And then these 3 things attach this way. Whoops. This attaches at the back. Almost looks like a whale skeleton. Mass Dubbo, hello. Good to see you again. All right, so then we need that, this guy, one of you, and one of you. Really complicated little brick. Goes in like that, creates a swivel. And then now we take these two things. Not sure how far they're supposed to go in. I don't want to bend them. Oh, they're supposed to bend. That's cool. I wonder, I haven't looked at a picture of the helmet. I wonder if there's like an exposed wire or something. Would make sense in Star Wars. Oh yeah, those are not even. Hold on now. What just happened there? Yeah, either one of them is longer than the other, or I just need to push it through more. And where does this connect? Oh, I see. So the piece, it looks like this final piece fastens it in place. It's funny, like those last couple steps in the instructions were almost half steps. Right, so this comes forward. And, oh, I see. Next here. And then piece goes from here all the way to there. Oh, there we go. Maybe. Got a lot of tension on it. Man, I'm not going to want to do this again. I think this has been the only part of this build so far that's been pretty frustrating. Yeah, that is that's finicky. So these are supposed to go straight down the middle, but they're not going to stay. Yeah, I'd say I would call that a design flaw. The fact that these things don't stay straight. I mean, I think the better of the two is to have them up against the ridge, but that's not what the picture says. The picture says that they're supposed to go straight down the studs. But I don't see that happening. So I'm okay with having it touch the middle. No, I don't think they get adjusted later on. It's there's nothing to attach them to. That part's out. Okay, well that's the end of the third bag, and that is where I have to wrap up the stream. So I've got to go grab myself some dinner. But so far, so good. We have really cool. I mean, that is a pretty round arc on the back side of that helmet coming down here. Really complicated, but really cool end result. Not crazy about the yellow rod thing here. I feel like that's a little bit of an oversight in terms of expectations versus how it actually works. But I would say that overall, like having this cascade of studs on the back is pretty cool. And the only other thing that I think is a little bit critical is that this part here being separate kind of wobbles a bit. I mean, you'd never know it or see it from a distance, but handling it, you can feel it. However, that's where I'm gonna roll this up. If you've enjoyed this, leave a follow, and we will continue with another stream sometime this week. We'll finish this build up probably, I want to say Tuesday or Wednesday. So keep an eye on Twitter for that. And if you're part of the Discord, of course, I'll give everybody a heads up. You can listen to the Spawn Chunks tomorrow. That'll be our prepping for 119 episode, because 119 comes out on Tuesday. And then the Citadel Cafe should return with myself and Stephen ESC on Wednesday. We'll be talking about the first 3 or 4 episodes of Obi-Wan Kenobi, I would imagine. And then we're back to Friday streams. So yeah, it's just going to be day on, day off, day on, day off. So we'll talk to everybody soon. Don't go anywhere. We're going to raid Drath. If you were here on Friday, then you probably remember that we raided Drath. And yeah, we'll see everyone on the next stream. Thanks so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for the support. Cosmic, thank you for the incredible donation. I really, really appreciate it. And we'll see everybody next time. Bye for now.